What's up, everyone? I'm back. I'm back from my vacation, and I'm very excited to be here and chat as well as read read. I need to do a lot of reading because I did not do very much reading on my vacation. So, welcome everyone to Cat's Novel Adventures. Welcome back to all my friends. I hope y'all have been well in the 2 weeks that I have not been streaming. It felt kind of weird. Like I felt like I was forgetting something on Wednesdays, but I'm happy to be back and I'm looking forward to seeing everyone today. Amy, hello, hello. I'm so glad you're here. Alicia, thank you. I am glad to be back. I've missed y'all. Hello, Faye. How are you? Hey, Jennifer, my kindred spirit. Glad to be back. Hey, Stormy. Yes, I did have a great vacation. I am, I guess, experiencing the after effects of jet lag, perhaps, because you really do get off your sleep schedule, and sometimes you're feeling just wonderful and energetic, and the next minute you're feeling really tired. So I haven't been sleeping the best because I think I'm still on, Italy time, Sicily time, but it's all good. It was all worth it. Let's put it that way. Hey, Swamp Gas. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. Stacy and Steph, welcome. It is Stacy here. Just found you from Vanessa and subscribed. So happy to meet you and be here. We did sprints on my channel today and just wrapped up. That is awesome. Thank you very much for subscribing. I will be checking your channel out as well. And welcome to Wednesday sprints. Whatever shenanigans we get up to on our Wednesdays. It's a highlight of my week for sure. And I'm excited that you're going to be a part of it. So welcome, Stacy. Hey, Kay. Hope everyone is well. Hope you enjoyed your trip. I did very much. And I've got to decide, and maybe y'all can help me. I trust your judgment. I have to decide how I want to share all my information. I know I'm going to blog it on my blog, and I can break it up into sections on my blog very easily, but I haven't decided how I'm going to vlog it, because while I did do a little bit of talking on video when we were at the villa, I didn't really talk as I was exploring, because you're living in the moment, and I'm with my family, and even though I don't mind being on camera, my family is not always excited about being on camera. But I can't decide if I want to do one big long vlog or if I want to go ahead and break it up by the different days that we visited around Sicily. So I don't know, maybe y'all can give me some feedback on that. It would be either one really long vlog or shorter vlogs, because that's how I posted my pictures. I posted by the day, and I found that more manageable. Loved all the pics you posted on Instagram of your trip. Thank you, Amy. It's not even everything that I took, but I just wanted to give everybody kind of an idea of what it was like over in Sicily. It's amazing. It's, for those of you that don't know, this was my first trip abroad. I have only been out of the country one other time, and I don't count it the same way as the trip I just went on, because 35 years ago, my husband and I got married, and we went on our honeymoon, and we took a cruise, and one of the stops was the Bahamas. But it's so different. You didn't need a passport back then. You could use American money. It wasn't like it was, and like it is when you go to Europe. That's all I'm going to say. It was a very different experience. And it was fun the day or the hours that we spent in the Bahamas, but it wasn't like actually flying for 9.5, 10 hours across an ocean to go see, a totally different country. I don't know. I'm not saying that going to the Bahamas isn't great and wonderful. I mean, my husband and I had a great time. It was the first time I ever went on a cruise and did that, and it was wonderful. But this was like my really first big international trip, and I was the only one in my group. I mean, it was my dad, Andrew, who is my youngest son, my sister, her husband, and their daughter, Emma, who also happens to be my godchild. And I was the only one that had never been to Europe. So it was a huge experience, for me. And I was just, there were things that I was so amazed about. And then some things I was just like, I didn't think it was going to be this way. Not really saying, I guess, when you have expectation, you can have disappointments, but I was just like amazed, I guess, or like just didn't think it would be certain ways. I don't know. But anyway, I want to be able to express all of that when I, decide to show the video that I took. But it was amazing. And I have to say, I'm very proud of myself that I made the long trip on the plane. I was kind of anxious and anticipating that I was going to feel really terrible, once I got there, being up. But my brother-in-law was so smart. He booked our flight to leave on Friday evening so that, it would be like nighttime for us and we could sleep on the plane, which it's not the most comfortable in the world, but you can get some sleep. And so it was nice. You had your dinner, you could watch movies, you could read, you could, do whatever you could do in your little seat, listen to podcasts, whatever, and then try to sleep. So that way, when you got there and you had that time jump with the time difference, you really felt like you could at least get on with your day. And then we didn't have anything majorly planned that day. We just went to the villa, and that was nice because we got to relax. And then the next day we were there at the villa. But coming back, he booked it for like 1:00 Italy time. And that was great too, because we had gotten good sleep the night before. We got on the plane and you could just do whatever, read, do all that stuff. I almost finished an entire book on the flight. And then I did watch some of The White Lotus that took place in Sicily. I had 3 episodes left or whatever. But I think coming back, because then you jump back into the past basically, and you are in a different time. I'm feeling more of the effects of coming back than I did going there, if that makes any sense. But I also had to drive 8 hours from Atlanta yesterday. And that was kind of tough. Going there was not as tough as coming back, but it's going to be great. It's fine. I'm all excited about everything. So yes, and Stacy says, thank you. Would love for you to join us for our sprints as well. Hope you like our channel. Yes, I will definitely check you out in the near future. I just have to get myself a little acclimated to being back. My husband is also on vacation this week because he did not go with us. It's a long story, but that I'll tell for another time, maybe next week or something. But anyway, he's off for the rest of this week. So I'm going to go probably for about 3 hours and then jump off just so I can spend some time with him. Because yesterday I came home and I was like, I need to watch some of this of The Office because my Netflix DVD subscription is about to end, and actually fell asleep. So I wasn't much company yesterday. Let's put it that way. Whichever is easiest for you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Because like I said, I think it might be easier and more interesting if I do chapters or episodes of my Sicilian adventure. I don't know. So glad you had a great trip. I did. It was wonderful. It was a great first experience. There's things I know I would do differently. Let's put it that way. I wish one of the things that I wish I would have done is I wish I would have taken the time to learn some Italian phrases besides grazie and prego, which is grazie is thank you and prego is you're welcome. Just because you would like to try to communicate in another person's language, The good news is that the majority of the people in Sicily and Italy, well, Sicily is part of Italy, but Sicily and Rome and Vatican City, which is where we were at, um, is that most people do speak English. So that was very beneficial. So, but I do wish I would have just learned a couple of other things and, got in with the culture a little bit. I like a long vlog, but I think you should do whatever's easiest for you. Well, it's good to know, Alicia, because I do know that vlogs, sometimes my vlogs will do okay, and sometimes they don't. I don't know if it's just the time of year, but I think most, YouTubers that do vlogs, they may have their opinions about it. Like some people say their vlogs do great, some people say no. I don't know. It's just when it's longer, you just want people to watch and not instead of not watching. But it's good to know that you do like a longer vlog. I myself don't mind them. I would watch and love them either way. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate that. I like the idea of posting day by day. It definitely seems more manageable. Yeah, in some ways, I do think what I was kind of thinking about doing was blogging a day first and see how long my blog would be. And if it seems like it's manageable enough to make like maybe a 10-minute vlog, I could do that. And then I think I could do it in increments. But and I wonder if I guess you could do it in episodes and then also do a really long one with the episodes. I guess I could do both. I don't know. I'll have to experiment with that. Excited to watch it no matter how you post it. Thank you, Alicia. I appreciate y'all so much. Any way you want to do it, it'll be fun to watch. Yeah, I feel like singing a Journey song. Isn't that any way you want it? That's the way you need it. Any way you want it. No, 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 no. I know. I'm crazy. Now I'm just jet lagged. Hey, Sarah, how are you doing? How is your fall bookish bingo activities going? I have not actually started. I could have actually counted probably one of them. I could have counted Autopsy for read a book in a series, but I'm reading so many books for that I decided not to count it. I'm going to count something else. Stacy and Steph. Okay, J.K. Lambo, also known as Joanne, is in the house, and she is wishing everyone a hello and wants to know what we're up to on this Wednesday. Good afternoon, Pat. How are you? Welcome. So glad you're here. Emma, thank you. I am home. I'm glad that I did actually catch Emma's sprints when I was in Sicily because she happened to have them. And since she's not that far off time zone from where I was at, I got to hang out with her for a little bit because we were back at the villa and it was late. Lovely to have you back. Well, I'm happy to be here. Thank you for booping that like button. I appreciate it. Hitting the like button is very good for everyone. And Stormy is telling Joanne, hello. Those cannolis look really good. Let me tell you something. We had cannolis twice. And I also found out something that cannolo is one. Cannoli is more than one. So I learned that. However, Americans tend to say cannoli, whether it's one or more than one. But I did learn that cannolo is a singular version of it. But I had no clue before that. But I still say cannoli. But let me tell you something. We had cannolis 2 times. And the first time we had it was at the bakery that was at the old nunnery for this church that we were at. That was St. Catherine of Alexandria, I believe is the church. And it used to be a nunnery. And young ladies back in the day, their families would send their daughters there against their will. Like they didn't have a choice. It was like really supposed to be this prestigious thing for the family, but not for the girl. And the nuns ended up baking all these treats. Well, the nuns are not there anymore because it is a church now, but they do have a bakery there. And our tour guide, Salvatore, told us that it was the best place to get cannolis that he has ever tasted. Now, I don't know if it was the best in just Palermo or if it was the best in all of Sicily, but let me tell you, that was the most delicious cannoli I have ever had in my life. I was like amazed, and it was humongous. Well, we also had cannolis fixed for us by a couple who cooked for us on the first night we were there and the last night that we were in Sicily. And they made cannolis, and it was just as large, but they used ricotta or ricotta, and it was like more artisanal than it was just the taste of it was a little more cheesy than cream, but it didn't taste, I mean, it tasted delicious. But I have to agree with Salvatore, the one that we got at the bakery at the church, it was so good. So good. They were both good, but the one at the nunnery was, I would give that a 10. I would give the one that we had at the house, the villa, I would give that a 9 or a 9.5. But no, I would say a 9. But just, it was the different filling. But both of them were humongous, and I don't think I could ever replicate it. I don't know if there's a bakery in Louisiana that could replicate it. Don't forget the thumbs up. Thank you, Pat. Thank you for reminding everybody. We appreciate that. We are so unhelpful. You still have the decision, but at least you have thoughts. Yes, I do think, Kay, I just had that epiphany when some people were saying, do it episodic. And then some people were saying you could do a long one. I'm thinking, why couldn't I? Could be like Stephen King. Remember when Stephen King, those of you that are as old as me, when Stephen King first published The Green Mile, it was actually these little novelettes. I was working at Winn-Dixie at the time. And every month I would buy my little novelette off the little paperback bookshelf thing that they had at Winn-Dixie. And that's how he told the story, was these little novelettes. Well, since then, of course, he's turned all those novelettes into one big book. I used to have the novelettes and I gave them away to somebody else who liked Stephen King because I bought myself the whole book. But maybe I could do that with my little thing. Make episodes and then make one big vlog. And people could either watch the big one or they could watch the little episodes. We'll see. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. And Joanne wants to know how are you, to Stormy. And Kay booped the like, and I appreciate that. Sarah says, I'm doing okay. Been really busy with back to school and things, but worked on the bingo a bit and need to update it again soon. Awesome. Yeah, back to school. A lot of people didn't get back to school until after Labor Day. So I can imagine how busy everyone is trying to get into a new routine and a new schedule. We did hang out and it was lovely. Yes, it was, Emma. I was so excited I was able to catch your sprints. Well, I was on the same side of the ocean as you are. I mean, we're still really far away, but I was still closer to you than I am today. And Alicia says, I love a good cannoli. Yeah, me too. I'm going to just be honest. The only time I think I've ever had a cannoli was one that they were very small, and it was here. And it was, I think, just like a dessert that you were given like at a party. I mean, cannolo. Yes. Yeah. I mean, people know what we're talking about. I'm just saying that they let me know. And apparently a lot of things end in O, like spaghetti. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Andrew corrects me all the time. Is one, I guess, spaghetti noodle, and then spaghetti is multiple noodles. So I learned a little something. Oh, I didn't know that meant plural. Yeah. But apparently Americans say cannoli, meaning one or multiple. So who knew? Hey, Jasmine. She's saying, hey, everyone, can't stay on, but wanted to say, hey, currently working a JV football game, sports medicine. Happy sprinting. I'm glad you popped in, Jasmine. Enjoy the game, and hopefully you won't have too many injuries to deal with. Yum, you're making me hungry. Girl, if I could have sent all of y'all a cannoli, I would have, because what an experience. I wish I could have sent them back, but there'd be no way you could do it. But and in fact, I had cassata also. We had that. I actually had cassata at lunch and then had the cannolo later in the same day. But I didn't care, even though I'm not supposed to eat either one of them. And so I have to say, if I had to choose between the two, I would do the cannolo because it was tastier than the cassata. But anyway, they're both good though. Alicia says, I like to make cannoli dip with waffle cones. Not at all authentic, but tasty. Send me that recipe. Send me that recipe. I would love it. Cannoli dip is so good. Stacy's saying it. I actually have the Green Mile in separate books. You lucky, Kay. I should have kept mine, but I did not, alas. Yeah, school routine means being up with the birds way too early for me. I get it. Storm says she's doing good. She's warming up leftovers to eat enchilada seasoned meat over some spaghetti squash. Yummy. Yummy, yummy, Stormy. I like that. And then Jennifer says, all this food talk is making me hungry. Yes, I imagine a lot of people are getting ready to start dinner. Sounds delicious. You were on vacation. It doesn't count. That's how I kind of felt about it. And my doctor, I did see her the week before, and we talked about it, and she said to just go ahead and eat what I wanted to eat, but try to eat fruits and veggies, fresh butter, and all that. So I did, and I am going to tell you also that the food in Sicily was absolutely delicious. I didn't eat anything that I did not like, but it's just prepared so differently than our food. And I'm talking in the restaurants, and then the couple that came, which their names were John Giorgio and Jenna. And they fixed, authentic Sicilian meals. And my sister had looked at the menus that they had sent us, and she really did a great job of picking like some vegan ones, some that were dairy free, some that were gluten free. I didn't want everybody to suffer because of my diet, but I'm gonna tell you what, it was so good. And I got to eat lots of eggplant, which I really love eggplant. Should I talk about my bakery rivals to lovers? If you want to. Sarah says, I started listening to The Quiet Tenant today, and I'm almost halfway. It's really good so far. That's awesome. I love that. What is everybody else reading? Let me know. We're going to have to start a sprint soon because that one has so much food description. Yeah, well, you're just going to make everybody hungry, Joanne. You're just going to make us all hungry. Hello, Amal. Welcome. Amal is reading The Gamble, Chapter 9. Excellent. We just finished dinner, spaghetti and meatballs and garlic bread. Yum. Me too. I can't wait for hubby to get done working. Need him to go to the store so we can eat, I think, spaghetti. Wow. We got a lot of Italian going on. All of that food sounds so good. It was. I can't wait to show y'all pictures of the food because I did take pictures of everything I ate. I even took pictures of what I ate on the plane. I was amazed by what they served on an international flight. And I must say it was pretty delicious for the most part. Listening to the War Pianist, 37% in, and e-reading The Keepsake Chapter 2. You sound like me, Amal. I'm reading 3 books. I'm going to be reading 3 books, starting 3 today. I want to go to Italy so badly. Well, I only got to see a part of Sicily, and then I got to see a little bit of Rome, and then we went to Vatican City. So we were so super tired in Rome and Vatican City that we could only go to the 2 places that I went. I sent you the recipe. Thank you, Alicia, because I like recipes. Yum. Spaghetti. I'm reading Looking Glass Sound by Katrina Ward. I saw that somewhere. Where did I see you post that? Did I see you post that? Or somebody else was reading a Katrina Ward, because you're not on Instagram. I'm reading Rose Madder and Finders Keepers, 2 Stephen King's books. Excellent, Jennifer. I thought both of them were very good. And I can't wait because I did get my copy of Holly. I have to read the If It Bleeds. I'm reading a clown horror novella called Clown Infestation, which, by the way, I need to check out your clown vlog that you did. What am I reading? Well, I'm going to start off with The Hidden Staircase by Carolyn Keene. This is the second book in Nancy Drew. And the reason I'm reading this is going to count for old on my series September bingo board. And I'm also reading this for Kelsey's Carnival. This is going to count as a book that reminds you of childhood. And this definitely does. So that's what I'm going to start off with is The Hidden Staircase. I'm also starting The Last House on Needless Street. Finally, this is one of my 23 for 2023 books that I needed to get to. And this is actually going to count for Sarah's Fall Bookish Bingo. Read a book that you meant to read last spooky season but didn't get to read. So it counts for that. But it also counts on Carnival for a place in the title. So place could be house or it could also be Needless Street. So I'm going to count it for those two. So I'm excited about that one. And then if I have time, I may go ahead and read my Garfield Goes Camping because this is my little picture book. And this one actually is counting for food on the cover for Carnival, a book featuring food on the cover or in the story. And we have our little hot dogs and marshmallows. It could also count for eyes on the cover because we have some eyes right here and over here. Whoops, right here. So, but I'm really counting this for food on the cover. That's what I'm doing. So we'll see if, I'm going to start at least Needless Street and Nancy Drew. And then I might go ahead and read the picture book like towards the end. We'll just see about that. Let's see, I'm listening to The Pit List Murder by Renee George and reading Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies by Heather Fawcett and maybe Harry Potter 2 with my boys. That sounds awesome. And I love the whole thing about the Encyclopedia of the Fairies. Okay, you need to look at the photos I posted on Instagram regarding my birthday dinner. Pictures of authentic Thai food. Ooh, yum. Did you make it or did you get it? Did somebody cook it for you? Hey, Andy, how are you? Welcome. And saying hello to Andy. And Andy's saying he's good. Throw a book at that like button. Thank you for throwing that book. Andy's also supposed to be streaming. I'm sorry we're conflicting with that. Nope, don't like that. Clown horror. Yeah, clown horror can be pretty creepy. Clowns scare me a lot. You have seen it on Goodreads. It was from me. That's where I saw it. That is where I saw it. It's also Kelsey's book club pick this month. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm excited about reading. This is going to be my first Katrina Ward. So I think I'm also have that counted as a new to me author. So Needless Street's going to actually count for two of the blocks. Originally, I was going to count it for a book with more than 3 words, but I'm counting my Roger Ackroyd book that I read for my year of Christy. I got my Holly copy too. It's so pretty. I know. And somebody says that it glows in the dark. So I have to try it. Yeah. I hope, Alicia, that I like it. So many people have read it and love it. So I'm hoping I will too. I need to work on It by Stephen King, buddy reading it with my friend Barb, and don't want to get behind as we're doing so much a week and spreading it out over September and October. Very good. I hope you like it. I don't know if you've never read it before. I hope you like it. I love it. I read it last year for the second time when Kelsey and I did our Year of King, and it was fun revisiting it. But it is a chunker. We read it in July. I like Rose Madder. I was saying this to Jennifer. My son's grandma had a picture in her bathroom that reminded me of the painting in the book. It was a little creepy after reading the book. Don't you love when you make connections, life to text connections? I'm also reading In Company of Witches. Sounds good. Stream Hoppers Unite. I'm here from Andy's stream. Hey, Richard. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Giving us some froggies. That sounds both cool and creepy. And someone cooked it at an authentic Thai restaurant. Excellent. I'm glad you didn't have to cook it yourself. It's always nice for somebody to cook for you. I just finished this afternoon A Page Marked for Murder by Lauren Elliott and gave 4 stars. Excellent, Pat. Just not enough time in the day to not overlap with other lives. I know. Hi, I've been here since the beginning, but attended a presentation at a conference. Welcome, Shannon. I'm so glad you're here. Hope the conference is going well. Joanne's telling Richard hello. And of course, Richard's telling Shannon. These are all my AuthorTube buddies. I'm so glad y'all are here supporting BookTube as well. Already made friends with the like button a while ago. I appreciate that. Thank you for all those likes. We love that. Love, love, love. And Andy, I'm good. Just tired. Just finished with work. Always working. And Jessica says, I'm reading and listening to Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Very good. And welcome, Jessica. I'm glad you're here. Haha, yes, I need to go to Thailand one of these days. You and me both. My son Andrew has one of his very good friends is from Thailand, and he came here his freshman year of high school and spoke very little English. And he is going to be graduating from college this year. He's a year behind Andrew. And you would never know that he came to our country not speaking any English because his English is wonderful now. And he also became a citizen of the United States just recently. Stormy said, first time reading it. It's a tad boring right now, but only 167 pages in. Well, I just have to say that Stephen King, I guess, is an acquired taste. The reason I love him so much is because I love all of the details and descriptions, and he's very character driven, and it is all about the characters. It's all about the characters, and I love the losers because they're going to just touch your heart with all their little issues. I can't decide what to read. I have 4 books on the go, but I'm not excited about any of them. Well, that's a bummer. That is a bummer. You need to have something fun and exciting to read because you're back in school. You need something that's going to excite you. You need to learn how to cook authentic Thai food. You'll have to learn. I'm sure you can. I'm sure there's someone out there in the YouTube community that can show you how to do it. Oops, it's chapter 7. Sorry. Well, you're just trying to get ahead of the game, Amal. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, that's amazing. Congrats to Andrew's friend. Thank you. And Thai food recipes. Yes, his mom makes very good Thai food. Phi is her name. And I have been to their house to eat before, and it's all delicious. The one thing you got to watch about Thai food, though, it can be very, very spicy. I got a new to me Stephen King book that I'm reading in October, Just After Sunset. Cover is a little hard to look at, but I think I want to reread it then too. King and October goes so well together. Yes, I am planning on reading Holly during October because I need to do If It Bleeds. There's 2 reasons I have to read If It Bleeds, because I have to read the Mr. Harrigan's Phone, which I believe is in that collection, and I have to also read the story with Holly in it, and then I will be finished and caught up with everything for Holly to read Holly. Thailand is on my list to visit too. My dad lived in Thailand for 10 years. He's actually going back to live soon. Wow. Yeah, Andrew wants to go to Thailand with Fresh because Fresh and his mom, I think Fresh's mom has a business in Thailand. That's actually how it's really neat because my oldest son, Barry, who is almost 13 years older than Andrew, he met Fresh's stepbrother in his freshman year. So Barry and Charles became best friends freshman year of high school. And then Mr. Charles went to Thailand for work and met Phi, and they got married, and they came back to the United States, and Fresh came with them. That's his nickname, is Fresh. And Andrew and Fresh met their freshman year of high school, same high school too. So it was really kind of neat that they were able to, that it worked out that way. So I've known Mr. Charles for a longer period of time, but Phi is lovely and so is Fresh. But they have so much to offer in Thailand, and it's supposed to be wonderful. And Andrew does want to try to go over with Fresh one time and just visit. You know, Andrew's my wandering traveler. Green curry looks so good. Yeah, I am more plot driven. I have had it on my shelf for over 20 years and never read it. It's one of Barb's favorites from high school, so she's hoping to still like it. Yeah. I hope so. Yeah, it's harder. Stephen King is fantastic with writing characters, in my opinion. He develops them really well. And so if you are a character driven reader, I think you can mesh real well with his work. I'm not saying everything he's written has been my favorite, but I think that's part of it is I do love characters, and I love series that have really great characters in it too. King is a little slow to start quite often. Yeah, I agree. I am going to be listening to Forgotten in Death by J.D. Robb. I haven't read anything by J.D. Robb. How has obviously may not be a first for you, Pat, but that sounds good. So cool to Amy. There is 3 books with Holly, right? Actually, there's more than that. You've got the trilogy, the Bill Hodges trilogy, where Holly is introduced. You have The Outsider, which she doesn't appear until towards the late middle ending. And you get to know her a little bit better, and you find out what happens after the Hodges trilogy. And then she's in a short story in If It Bleeds. And that's the one I have to read. So there's 4 books and then a short story and then Holly. So if you want to read them to where because Holly is a character that develops and grows over the course of the Hodges series. Oh, Amy, Joanne wants to be stowed in your suitcase. You can have a stowaway. I need to read the 3rd Bill Hodges book so I can read Holly as I like her. Yeah, I love Holly. She is a wonderful character. And initially when when I was introduced to Holly, I was like, I don't know about Holly. But then the development of Holly and how she grows, and then the relationships that Holly has with Bill and everybody else in the story, I don't know. She just ends up being a favorite of mine. I will be in and out of these sprints getting ready for dinner. I'm reading Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, fun. Oh, I love Harry Potter. Mr. Mercedes, The Outsider, If It Bleeds, right? Yes. And then Holly. Yeah, If It Bleeds is a collection of short stories, and I believe she is in If It Bleeds. I can look when we go on sprints. Hey, Halco. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. Glad you're here. I loved King as a teen, but find out not as much as an adult. Very hit or miss with King. Love The Shining the most. Yeah, The Shining is a fan favorite for sure. I love The Shining as well. But my favorite, and we're going to see if it remains my favorite, is Salem's Lot. I am reading Salem's Lot in October with Kelsey and Amy of Amy Taville. And it will be interesting to revisit it because it has been my favorite, but I haven't read it in quite a while. So we're going to see if it remains my favorite, because I've read a lot of his newer stuff since then and have reread some of his older stuff when we did Year of King. And Kay said she read The Outsider. And then, but Mr. Mercedes is a trilogy. Yes, it is Mr. Mercedes, then Finders Keepers, and then End of Watch. That is the trilogy. I mean, they just call it the Mr. Mercedes trilogy, I guess, because of you still got that one character in the beginning and it just runs through, and it's different stories, but Bill is trying to solve, because a lot of stuff happens and all of that. Okay, so I apologize for talking so much, but it has been fun catching up with y'all and trying to figure out what everybody's reading. But we're going to go ahead and sprint. And I think let's go ahead and do a 30-minute sprint to start, get our, self-acclimated to sprinting again, well, at least for me. And then we'll come back and do some more chatting. How about that? Sound good to y'all? I have my kitty already up. I changed our background for today. Let's see, we're going to share it. Let's see if I can do this again. Ooh. Did it work? Yay, I did it. Okay, so I will see. Let's see. Okay, says Love the Shining 2. What am I saying? I love King. I love the Rose Red movie. And now there's a prequel to that. Need to find the book. I'll need to find that too. Amy says it sounds good. Jennifer sounds good. And Alicia says sounds good. So since we all good, enjoy your reading. And I'll be back with y'all soon. Hello, we are back. Let's see, let's stop it. Okay. I'm trying to get this set up for next time. Oh, stop screen. Oh, I did it. Okay. I didn't forget too much. How did everybody do? I read just a little. I read chapter 1, which was called The Haunted House, and Nancy is asked by her good friend Helen if Helen would help her Aunt Rosemary and her grandmother, Miss Flora, because apparently the grandmother's home is haunted and there was a burglary and they think a ghost made off with their stuff. But of course, the police don't believe in the ghost. So they're asking Nancy to go help. But Nancy has a little quandary because a man shows up at her house telling Nancy she's got to stay close to her father because some kind of deal didn't go well with a railroad bridge, and supposedly Mr. Drew is in danger. So Nancy doesn't want to take the case about the haunted house until she can talk to her father and make sure that he really is not in danger. So nice start. I'm excited. One thing I love about Nancy Drew, and I love this as a kid, is they always mention the story from before. So when you read it, it always mentions, like in this book, of course, it was the mystery of the old clock. But the secret of the old clock, excuse me. So I just love, after Nancy had put down the phone, she sat lost in thought for several minutes. Since solving the secret of the old clock, she had longed for another case. Here was her chance. And so I always felt like I read that book. This is me as a child. I read that book and I know exactly what happened. So it was sort of like, having like an inside information about the previous mystery. I still think it's kind of cool. I'm just a nerd. So Shannon was saying good, and so was Kay about the time. Also, Jordan joined us, and he also said good. He was letting Shannon know that he was sorry that he couldn't make live streams lately because he's doing work for his college course, and life has become busy. That's what happens, Jordan, when you're in school and the school season starts. So Amal is back from lunch and he had beef stroganoff today. Excellent. And Miss Courtney from Tangible Reads is here. Hello, hello. Amal was on page 280 of 629 of The Gamble. And I need to drink my tea, so I'm switching to an audiobook. Excellent. And Courtney said, okay, gonna go shower, be back. Excellent. Hey, Mary, joining in on the fun. And she's telling everyone hello. How are you, Mary? She is my book buddy, my book reading buddy. Hey, everyone. Welcome back, Kat. Hope you had an amazing trip. Thanks, Crystal. I'm glad to be back. Of course, Shannon heard that meow. Ooh, Alicia made a Reuben and doctored my poison ivy. Been working in the yard, I see. Are you one that gets poison ivy a lot? Because my husband gets poison ivy all the time. And thankfully I do not, because I've had poison ivy before, but I think the last time I had it was when I was a kid, but he gets it all the time. Kay said just started reading and hubby called, had to send him to the store. Yeah, because he's got to get your stuff to make spaghetti. And Storm got 19% into the audiobook of It, almost to chapter 5. Good. I hope it's getting better. And poor Nancy has a lot of responsibilities. Yes, she does. The one thing about Nancy Drew reading it now is that, it was written in such a different time period. So, dialogue is just different and some of the things that they do. And but although I will say that sometimes when they get upset about things, like Mr. Drew finds out the guy comes to the house to warn Nancy he's a pest, but he wishes he could thrash him. So I'm just like, ooh, Mr. Drew's going to get kind of violent with this man. Faye says, I read 12 pages of Underland by Robert McFarlane, a nonfiction about places and happenings underground. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, because the books that you said you were looking at, you weren't too excited. So please tell me that you're enjoying it. I know you've only read 12 pages, but hopefully they're enjoyable. I recorded a booktube video and I'm trying to paint a color wheel in oils. Wow, that is awesome. Now, are you doing booktube video? Oh, and then trying to do that at the same time. Okay, I thought maybe perhaps you were recording a video of you painting the color wheel. That would be interesting. I'd like to see that. And then Amy said, I got to 78% of Clown Infestation. I'm really enjoying this one. Super fun. Excellent. Yeah, I wanted to read Clown in the Cornfield too, and I didn't get it. So I'm bummed out about that, because I would have loved to have read that for Cornwall. But I am reading Empty Smiles, and that has clowns in it. Clowns are not my favorite. They're very creepy. I get it anytime I come in contact. It's horrible. Yeah, my husband has a hard time with it. You just have to make sure, Alicia, you do not rub your eyes. I'm sure you were very careful and know not to do that. But when I was in grammar school, my friend Shelley, my good friend Shelley, the one that had the open heart surgery, which she is doing very well, and she finally came home. She came home 2 days ago, back to Louisiana. So I can't wait to see her. I haven't seen her yet. I'm hoping maybe tomorrow. But she got poison ivy, and it ended up, she touched by her eyes, and her eyes swell up and her face swell up. It's terrible, because I think you have a chance it could blind you. It's terrible. Ooh, a Reuben sounds so good. You're making people hungry, Alicia. I may have to make corned beef and cabbage soon so we can make Reubens. That sounds delicious. And Alicia said, yes. Sadly, Underland is one of the books I'm not excited about, but I want to finish it. I don't know why I'm not enjoying it. It doesn't know if it's a textbook or an amusing memoir. So you don't know yet. Yeah. That would be kind of tough. I mean, you hate for it to be kind of like a textbook, because it's going to remind you too much of school. Kay says, I don't think I'm allergic to poison ivy. I've never had it, yet I live where it is all over the place. Knocking on wood. Yes, knock on wood. And I'm glad you're saying knocking on wood, because, knocking on wood is a superstition, right? How many of you know what one of the holidays is today? I don't know how you people are, but I love these holidays they designate for days throughout the year. Or like if they do a whole month to something. Well, today apparently was a day for many, many holidays. I think it's like National Chocolate Day. I mean, there's all kinds of holidays today. But one of the holidays, and this is our Would You Rather question for today, is it's a National Defy Superstitions Day. And do you know what that means? That means that you are to challenge yourself and reject superstitions, defy it, and that way the beliefs or that can't really be explained by science or logic or whatever, you just say, I'm not going to worry about that. If a black cat crosses my path, I'm going to let it cross my path again. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to have bad luck. Or if you accidentally break your mirror, you just sweep it up, throw it in a garbage can, and don't give it any thought about the 7 years of bad luck you might have. So I decided that would be our Would You Rather for today. And I'm glad you brought that up. That's so good, Kay. You led into that. Hey, Brianna, how are you? Going back and forth between you again and Bunny. Perfect. I'm glad you're here. And as I said, I don't know if you saw my comment in Shannon's sprints today. I will be checking out a video of yours in the near future. Glad we met. And Kay's welcoming. Brianna, hello. And there's Shannon, hello. It's all Shannon's fault that I met Brianna, which is a good thing. So I like that. I'm excited about it. Okay, so our Would You Rather for today. Let me see if I can get this up. Let me show it. Aha. Would you rather walk under a ladder or open an umbrella? sorry about that, umbrella, um, to defy Defy Superstitions Day. So let me just give you all a little background before you jump in and decide. Um, walking under a ladder, and I found this, when I Googled it. Of course, walking under a ladder is going to bring bad luck. One origin is the reason that it brings bad luck is because in medieval times, a ladder symbolizes the gallows, which means that if you walked under the ladder, you would face your own death by hanging. And then the second is that it is something Egyptian, like the origin is from Egypt. And it's because a ladder makes the shape of a triangle, and that reminds them of pyramids, which were sacred. So if you walked under it, it was bad luck. It didn't give me any more details as to why. I also saw something about the Trinity, which to me wouldn't be bad luck. It'd be more good luck. But one of the things that you could do to avoid it is if you walked under a ladder, you could cross your fingers and keep them crossed until you spotted a dog, and then your bad luck would go away. So that's about walking under a ladder. And it did not say how long your bad luck would be. Now, opening an umbrella is also a sign of bad luck if you open it inside your house. So, or wherever, indoors. It doesn't have to be in your house. You could open it up in any kind of a building or structure or whatever. So they say that the reason it is bad luck is that in the spiritual world, it is believed to be a sign of protection from harm. So if you open your umbrella up indoors, it means that you're only protecting a part of your home from evil, leaving all the rest of your home, whatever structure you're in, opened up to evil. So again, doesn't say how long your luck, and I could not find what you could do to fix it. Now, this is supposed to be traced back to Egypt also. And they say the umbrella served to protect people of noble blood from heat of sun rather than from rain, which I thought was pretty interesting. But if you think about it, people used parasols at one point in history to keep the sun out, and a parasol is just a fancy looking umbrella that accessorized your dress or whatever as a lady. So I don't know. What would y'all decide? I'm curious. I would love to know. So let's see. I always wonder how holiday dates are chosen for random things like that. Well, supposedly the 13th has significance to this. So that's why September 13th. Now, why they chose September 13th, September as the date, I'm not sure. And then I wonder if you ever have September 13th fall on a Friday the 13th, are you going to defy the superstition of having it land on Friday the 13th? I don't know. How superstitious are we? But these holidays crack me up. And so I just thought it would be fun to do it. Brianna saying hello to everybody. I may skip this holiday. I don't want to risk it. No breaking mirrors or walking under ladders. And I will still throw the salt over my shoulder. Yes, definitely that would bring good luck, is the salt over the shoulder. I don't know how much I believe in them, but why risk it? Yeah, I know. It's just fun. Yeah, you laughing, huh? No on a video of me. No, you're saying no. I can't even convince you to do a video of you oil painting. I'm on my third ever painting. Eventually, once you feel confident with it, you're going to show us your painting. I want to see it. Ella. Oh. I would never walk under a ladder for sensible reasons, not superstitious ones. But I frequently open umbrellas inside to check if they're okay to use. I have too, Faye. But I am also like you. I would not walk under a ladder because apparently if somebody's on the ladder, what if they drop something on you? That would be like a terrible thing. So I think I would go with the umbrella. I would feel better about defying that superstition. And I just would try not to be sassy when I'm doing it. Like, I'm opening the umbrella. Ha ha ha, evil spirits. I wouldn't do that. But I have opened an umbrella. I don't know what you can do to fix it if you do. The umbrella, I have done that before because of rain. I would get wet if I waited, and I tend to have things follow me, and something on the ladder would do just that. That's my luck. Yeah. Under my umbrella. Oh, Ella, Ella, under my umbrella. Oh, yeah. That's good. I think most people will say the umbrella, but I was surprised at how many people on my Facebook post actually chose the latter. That amazed me because I don't think I just personally would not want to defy that superstition because I wouldn't want to be mocked. And with my luck, if I tried to like fix it with doing the crossing your fingers until you saw a dog, that would be the day that I would not ever see a dog until I got to my house. And if I happened to be somewhere where I had to drive, how do you drive? How do you put your hands on the steering wheel with your fingers crossed until you got home so I could see my dogs? I don't know. That would be beyond me. But anyway, so I have to make a decision of whether I want to continue reading some Nancy Drew or go ahead and start my Needless Street. I think I might go ahead and do Needless Street. I'll get a little more time reading that. But also, too, my husband's supposed to be cooking us dinner, so I may eat for part of it. So I think we'll go ahead and do a 45-minute sprint, if that's okay with y'all, because that way, if y'all want to grab a bite to eat, y'all can do that as well. So I'm going to set my kitty, set it for 45. So we'll start it. And let me share. There we go. So happy reading, happy productivity, happy relaxing. Whatever you do with your time, may it be awesome. That is what I think. Awesome. See y'all soon. Welcome back. Yay. Ooh, I forgot my lights. Hold on one second. Oh, I look terrible. There we go. I'm back. Oh, I forgot my other light. Okay, now I'm back. Didn't even notice that. How did everybody do? I ate my dinner and I started Glass House on Needless Street. I'm only on page 9, but already it has captured my interest. I'm very interested in our first character. It looks like it's going to be told from different points of view, but Ted Bannerman is the name of our first character. And I feel so sorry for Ted and what happens in his backyard. That was really sad, but I'm very interested. So I've got to find out more for sure. So let's see. We have same as, Kay Simmons responding to Kay. I would rather walk under the ladder is what Mary said. Alicia said, I would rather walk under the ladder because I don't want evil in my house. I agree with you on that, Alicia. I wouldn't want to bring any evil in my house, but I would be afraid walking under a ladder. I guess you could walk under a ladder with your umbrella, and that's one way of solving the problem with the ladder. Anything falling on you, you'd have your umbrella. And Kay says, it didn't rain much in ancient Egypt, did it? Well, I guess they used for the sun too, so maybe. Yeah. I think that is the case. Very dusty there. Crystal said she would go with the ladder. Stormy says umbrella just seems like the safer option as the ladder could fall on me. The ladder plus whatever was on the ladder, meaning the person or whatever they had on it. And Kay says, right. Jessica says, I am not superstitious, so either would do. Very good answer, Jessica. And Jordan says, everyone have rain in Egypt or ancient Egypt because of the desert and the sun in the garden. Yes, very good. And Shannon was telling Jordan hello. Kay says, put salt around the house, windows and doors. It works on Supernatural. Yes, that might work. Which it's also Supernatural Day, just to let y'all know. I think it was like 10 different things today was. Shannon said, about to go into the last presentation of the conference. I'll keep up for your watch time. Thank you so much, Shannon. I appreciate it. What's that about fingers crossed? I haven't heard of that. Yes, that was just something that I read when I was looking up. It said ways that you could, like if you walked under the ladder to make sure that you wouldn't have the bad luck, you had to keep your fingers crossed until you saw a dog. I'll have to look at to see for sure, but I'm pretty sure that's what I read. Yum dinner. Courtney had a shower and she's coming back. And Jennifer says, I'm late to the chat, but I'll open the umbrella indoors. Yes, that's going to be mine, but we just got to make sure that we do something else to counteract the spirits. Stormy says, hope you like Needless Street. I didn't like it, but a lot of people do. Yeah. Stormy, I'm wondering if you are just not into horror because you didn't like The Troop, and I love The Troop. Yeah, I've heard that Needless Street kind of starts off kind of slow and then it ramps up like right at the end. So we'll see. We'll see if I like it. Kelsey read it. We were supposed to actually buddy read it, and she loved it. She read it, and I didn't make it because I had too much other stuff. Jordan was asking Shannon what conference it was. Okay, so just talking with my son, he said his teacher told him today is also Positive Thinking Day, Roald Dahl Day, and National Twilighters Day. Yes, the books. Yeah, it's also Roald Dahl, which would have been a wonderful day. I should have read a short story in honor of it because I do like Roald Dahl. And if anybody is doing the fall bookish bingo and need a witch book, I would recommend Witches by Roald Dahl. It's very good. And Kay said Supernatural Day, so he said I have to watch that tonight. Yeah, Supernatural Day, talking about the show. And Kay says all of it. Or do you have a way of deciding on only one episode? Something I've never figured out how to do. And Kay says, hopefully 1 or 2 will be good, but we're working our way through it and have about 15 more episodes we have not seen, but maybe today we could watch our faves instead. That would be a good idea. And then Faye said, oh yes, rewatch your faves. It's a special occasion. I have not seen Supernatural. I've seen parts of episodes, but I haven't watched the whole entire show. It is in my Netflix queue or whatever to watch, and eventually I'll get to it because I think it is a show that I would really enjoy. Hopefully we will be able to control ourselves now to pick just 2 faves. Well, that's always hard to pick. Huh. Faye's wishing you luck. And then Jordan says, what do you rate my friend in terms of fiction or nonfiction cat novel writer? What do I rate? Well, fiction and nonfiction, I read a lot more fiction than nonfiction, but as far as giving it a rating, I mean, my rating is just how much I enjoy it. I found a pro version of Star Wars Episode 1 Phantom Menace by Patricia Reddy D. Good. I mean that I found a version of Star Wars Episode, and it's in Braille. Oh, well, that's awesome. Very good. That is super good. I'm going off now, my friends, so I'll see you guys later. Bye. Well, thank you, Jordan, for stopping in. I appreciate you being here. And Jennifer read a few pages of Rose Matter. Awesome. What did you have for dinner? I read about 35 pages. Well, I hate to admit that I ate terrible for dinner. It seems since I've come back to the United States, I ate really well, except for the cannolis, because I had more than one, and the cassata. I did eat relatively well. I did eat a little bit of bread, but I ate relatively well in Sicily, Italy. And when I came back to my sister's, I started eating terribly. So guess what? I had chili cheese fries tonight. Should not have eaten that, but I've got to get back. I got to get back to eating like I'm supposed to be eating. And Jacqueline, hello. Joined during the sprint. I'm reading The Last Fallen Realm by Gracie Kim tonight. Excellent. I hope you're enjoying it. Faye said, I read 14 pages of Underland, finished chapter 6. I was going to match 6 and Still together. Still not feeling it. That is a bummer, Faye. You're supposed to be having fun. Brianna said, I read nothing, but I did make dinner. We'll read next sprint. Very good. But you were productive. Remember, you were making dinner. That was being productive. I have green left to complete on my color wheel. Woohoo! I use a color wheel sometimes when I scrapbook, Mary. I find it helpful. Amy didn't read. I ate a veggie burger and was chatting on Instagram, but next sprint I should be able to finish my book. You should be able to. And you did better than me. You ate a veggie burger. I'm happy to hear that. And Alicia said, I'm glad I went into Needless Street knowing nothing at all. Yeah, I'm going to see how it goes. But, I mean, Stephen King does give it a little shout out on the cover. It says, a true nerve shredder that keeps its mind-blowing secrets to the very end. So I'm excited. He liked it. Hello, Sonia. Hello, everyone. I adore Roald Dahl. The BFG is my favorite book. Very good. I don't know if anybody has ever read the short story by Roald Dahl, but I would highly recommend that you read it. It's very short, and the ending leaves it open for you to interpret. I taught this short story to my 8th graders, and we would read the short story, and then their writing project was, they had 2 types. It depended on what group of kids I had. One year I had them use the foreshadowing that was in the short story, and they had to write a letter from Billy. Billy was writing a letter to a family member, and he had to use like the foreshadowing, the clues and stuff in the letter, like this is odd or whatever. And then I also had it one year, I had a group, and we did it a couple of times, but this one particular group, I had them finish the story, but they had to make sure that they wrote it in the time period that Roald Dahl wrote it. Like there was no Starbucks or whatever, cell phones, etc. and they had to decide on how they wanted to end it. Because of the way it ends, you have to decide, what do you think happens to Billy? So everybody wrote their stories, and then they revised, edited and revised, and then I put them in a binder. And then we had a tea party and some little pedophores and stuff like that. And each student went up and would read their ending. It was really a lot of fun. But I would highly recommend reading The Landlady by Roald Dahl. And when you finish reading it, look it up on just Google The Landlady. And it is a TV show that Roald Dahl used to narrate for. And I can't remember off the top of my head, but you could Google it and you'll find it. It's like a black and white episode. And then watch The Landlady, because both are creepy. That's all I'm going to say. Nice to meet you, Kat. I am new to the channel. Well, nice to meet you, Sonia. I'm glad you're here and you found me. And we just have to get to know one another. Please let me know what you're up to. My best friend is currently in Italy right now for 10 days. That is awesome. Yeah, I spent most of my time in Sicily, in the countryside. If you ever have seen The White Lotus, that was not the part of Sicily that I was in. We were more in the countryside, but it was very beautiful. We were right there by the Tyrrhenian. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. The Tyrrhenian Sea, and my son and niece and brother-in-law all swam in it, because you had stairs going down, into the water, which I did take some video walking down the stairs. So hopefully I'll get to share that with you. But Italy is just, there's so many beautiful parts. I hope that your friend has taken lots of photographs to share with you, because it's really beautiful there. Kay said, listen to a bit of Pitiless Murder by Renee George. Have about 1.5 hours left and started spaghetti. Excellent. Vanessa. Oh, you love my Italy pictures? I'm so glad. And I didn't even include all of them. I just gave you all a little bit of a glimpse into what was going on. Kay said, when you said that you're reading, Kat, my brain went to Needful Things. Kind of want to read that now too. Yeah, I read Needful Things last October for my Year of King and loved revisiting. It's one of my favorite Kings. Sonia says, I have read the short story and boy as well. I taught 3rd grade, so I did a lot of shorter books as read alouds. The Landlady is my favorite. It is very good. There are so many great shorter books. I know for 3rd grade, when I taught 3rd grade, my summer reading one year was The Magic Finger. I love that story. But just so many great books. I read Witches last year during the spooky season and absolutely loved it. It's such a fantastic story. But yeah, he's a great writer. I haven't read everything by him, but definitely need to read more. Oh my God, I was just typing about The Landlady. Oh my God, I wish I had you as my teacher. It sounds so fun. Well, when I taught language arts for my 8th graders, we did a lot of different short stories. Like I did The Telltale Heart. We did The Black Cat. We read parts of The Raven, because I love Edgar Allan Poe. So I made sure that I did that. I like spooky stuff. So, I don't think it was too spooky to have my kids read, and they liked it. And Kay says, hi, Sonia with an I. How are you tonight? Doing well. Had a very busy day. And you? And I'm also making spaghetti for dinner, Vanessa, saying quick and easy. Well, spaghetti seems to be on a lot of people's menus tonight. Glad to hear it. I am also just reading, and glad to hear it. I'm also just reading. Yeah, so I'm glad we've got some people getting to know each other in the chat. Yes, The Magic Finger, The Twits. Yes, that one's another one. I remember when my son was younger, he read The Magic Finger, The Twits, The Giraffe, Pelly and Me, Fantastic Mr. Fox. Yeah, I love all of those stories, and they're easy to read and they're a lot of fun. Yeah. So today is Roald Dahl Day. If anybody wants to go check out The Landlady, you probably can find The Landlady on, just Google it. I'm sure you can find a PDF of it. And I'm telling you, it is short, but it is awesome. And it's the kind of thing like you're left, and it just depends on your personality of what happens to Billy, basically. And, it's amazing to me how some of my students, which direction they would go in. And then sometimes they would do a little twist as well. And then watch the little episode. Hey, is it Kanisa? Am I pronouncing that correctly? I'm a newbie here on your channel. Welcome. I am so happy that you found my channel and you're here. We are doing some sprints. We just finished talking about our Would You Rather for the week, which happens to be today is a holiday, one of those fun holidays called National Defy Superstitions Day. So that was basically what we were discussing. And then we also, Kay told us about because there's like 10 different holidays. There might even be more. And she went ahead and put a bunch of them in the comments. Roald Dahl is one of the holidays. Twilighters that read the book Twilight. Supernatural Day, the TV show. It's National Chocolate Day, or it's a chocolate candy day, or something like that. And Kay is telling you hello and welcome you to our group tonight. Yes, you are pronouncing it right. It's very nice to meet you. Are you reading? Are you being productive? What is on your agenda for sprints? And Jacqueline says, I taught Dahl's Lamb to the Slaughter last year when I had one class period of ELA 9. My students really enjoyed it. I have never heard of that, so I might have to write that down. Is that a novel or is that a short story? I'm curious. Let me write that down. Y'all, I keep a notebook. See my little notebook here with my little chocolate chips? I don't know if you can see it without blinding y'all. But when people recommend stuff to me, I like to write it down in my notebook. So if I ever get to read it, I know who to thank for that. Jacqueline, I already have you in my notebook because you recommended at the reading retreat, you recommended Fahrenheit 451, which I've heard of that by Ray Bradbury, but you were encouraging all the readers at the Besties reading retreat to read it. And you also mentioned Julius Caesar, which I have never read Julius Caesar. That's one Shakespeare play I did not read. So I'm going to write this down too. Lamb to the Slaughter. Yes, because I have not heard of that. Sonia said, I'm all about chocolate and Roald Dahl. A very good day today. I am having Jimmy John's. Excellent. Sounds yummy. And Kay says, it is Mr. Hershey's birthday and Dahl's birthday. Wonderful. Well, that's probably why they made it the Chocolate Day and Roald Dahl Day. It's a short story. Okay. So, Roald Dahl. Short story. Yeah. So good. If any of y'all read The Landlady and watch the little episode, y'all have to let me know if you like it. I really love reading books, and my agenda is to read more new books, ma'am. Okay. That sounds good. What is your favorite genre? That might help us give you some new books. Faye said, I found The Landlady and I read it, and I'll read it on the next sprint. Excellent. It's not very long, so you should be able to tell us. I'll be teaching Fahrenheit 451 in October for my ELA 10 classes. Excellent. The controversy with Dahl's books recently was very interesting. Oh, controversy. And welcome, Alex. Welcome. You're here for the first time on my channel. My friends, if you have not checked out Alex of Frank Fiction, please check her videos out. They are very entertaining, and she reads a lot of great stuff, a variety of genres. Yeah, I might have to see. I hope it's not too bad of a controversy because I would hate to learn anything terrible about them. Vanessa says she loves Fahrenheit 451. Jacqueline said Julius Caesar will be mid-November to Christmas break, also with ELA 10. Yeah, my son Andrew read Julius Caesar. It's interesting to me what Shakespearean plays teachers choose, because like I never read Romeo and Juliet, which my son couldn't believe that because he read it in his ninth grade English class. He was in eighth grade, but he was taking, ninth grade English. And when I told him I had never seen Romeo, I had never read it or watched any kind of adaptation. And just recently, this year, and I say recently, towards the beginning of the year, maybe around March, I did go see a play at the Columbia Theater of Romeo and Juliet, and I absolutely loved it. But I never did read Julius Caesar either. I read Hamlet, Macbeth, Othello, A Midsummer's Night's Dream, but never those. The Wonderful World of Henry Sugar, Hey Chalk and Rowout. Oh, okay. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Yeah. I read Charlie and the Chocolate Factory many, many moons ago. I found it too. I'll read it after dinner. Oh, so we got Faye and Kay. Hey, Alex is telling me, hey, so glad to see you, friend. I'm glad to see you here too. What are you reading? Are you reading? Or are you being productive? Or are you relaxing? Or are you meditating? What are you doing tonight? Let us know. Kanisha says, what do you think about King Othello by Shakespeare? Are you meaning the play Othello? I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen it. I mean, since I read it. It was college when I read it. And I actually wrote a paper on it, but I don't really remember all the details. I hate to say. It's been a long time. I made one on the doll controversy, actually. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to write that down so I can go and see it. I hope it's not gonna make me sad. Okay. Doll controversy. Okie dokie. Yeah, I think a lot of things are coming out to light for some of our writers and our artists. I've got to head out now, but happy to have our Wednesday sprints back. Have a great rest of the week, everyone. Bye, Jennifer. You might have already left. Have a good evening. Have a wonderful weekend. And I'll be chatting with you soon. Kay says, I don't know if I want to know about the controversy. That type of thing ruined my favorite book series for me. Yeah, I know. Sometimes it's like sad. It's like you don't want to know. But then part of you is like, what do people know that I don't know? Kanisa likes, she says, I love science fictions. Can you suggest some books? Okay, so folks out there that read science fiction, anybody know of some new books that she might be able to read? Kay, would you feel better if I told you it was an issue with a publisher and not him? Yes, that would make me feel better because it was excellent. Oops. A Memory Called Empire is my book tonight. What genre is that? It sounds like nonfiction. But I know this is one, A Memory Called Empire. This was one that you got the ball pong. You were playing the drinking game for this. Correct? Am I correct? Oh, phew. Yeah. So Kay said she would watch it. And we're looking for some science fiction. The Avalon books were my fave series, but I can't even look at them now. I had to pack them up. That's sad. Yeah, I know. Okay, science fiction. Anybody have any sci-fi recommendations for our new friend in the chat? Hey, Joanne, you're back. What'd you miss? Well, we were just talking about today is Defy Superstitions Day. It's also Roald Dahl Day. It's also Chocolate Day. It's also the TV show Supernatural Day. It's Positive Thinking Day. So, if you've been thinking positively, you've been celebrating the holiday. So we were just kind of talking about that. We're trying to get some science fiction recommendations going. I don't read a whole lot of science fiction. I mean, about probably my science fiction that I've read was probably, I'm trying to think, Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card, I believe is his name. but that's been a while. I would consider that science fiction. Sonia says she loves Becky Chambers for science fiction. Excellent. Joanne is telling Alex, hello, nice to meet you. What do you read and write? She is a reader, and she is reading a book called A Memory Called Empire. Ooh, I should have made a devil's food cake. I shouldn't have made. I should have made a devil's food cake. Yeah, because you could have celebrated Chocolate Day. The only sci-fi I do is Star Wars. Yeah, I did. I did read a novelization of A New Hope for Garb August, and I enjoyed it because I like Star Wars. Yes, Cake for Chocolate Day. That would have been perfect. Alex says, I read a lot of science fiction, horror, fantasy, and a little here and there. Read pretty widely. How about you? Kanisa says, guys, I am from Bangladesh. So here the time is 5:06 a.m. So what about your country or place? Okay, so here in the United States, we have varying time zones. I live in Louisiana in Hammond, and it is 6:07 p.m. So that means we are on the total opposite. Like it's morning for you and it's evening for me. So y'all can weigh in and let her know. I love A Psalm for the Wild Built. It's almost cozy. Okay, getting some recommendations here. I heard Murderbot is good though. Ooh, I skipped Alicia. Sorry. As far as sci-fi, I like Project Hail Mary. Isn't that one by Andy? Is it Andy Ware? And is that the same guy that wrote The Martian? Am I right about that, Alicia? Joanne's saying to Alex, I read and write contemporary romance, currently revising my bakery Rivals to Lovers, and I also read fantasy and a little mystery thriller. Awesome. K's in the US and it's 7:11, so that means that K is Eastern Standard Time. That's PM. Yeah, we're in the evening time. Linda, welcome. Now, Linda is Pacific time. I think she's like 2 hours behind. Am I correct with that? So she would be like more like 4 in the afternoon. And then Alex says, it sounds like a lot of fun and a bakery romance. I could get down with that. Sounds so cozy. Yes, I have that on my, I need to get that book, Joanne. And Linda saying, yes, I was correct. So yeah, we are in different, some different time zones. We have Central, Eastern, Pacific, Mountain. Am I forgetting anything, y'all? Let me know. Yes, it is the same that wrote The Martian. Now, have you read The Martian? If so, I'm guessing the Project Hail Mary is better. My hubby said Bicentennial Man, which I did not know for a book. I like the movie. Cool. Thank you, Joanne saying. I actually have a Bakery Friends Delivers Romance already out. Yes, that's the one I need to get. And Kanisa said that's actually cool. We are talking with each other, but staying in totally opposite time zones. Yeah, it is really cool. I think it's cool that we can be all over the world and come together and talk about something that we love, reading, writing. It's titled Culinary Confessions. Is that that's the first one? I thought I wrote something different down. You told me I need to read the first one first. And Kay says, I watch more sci-fi than I read. I am the same way. I really am the same way. My bakery, Rivals to Lovers Romance, has a work entitled Project Sugar and Spice. Official title is Under Wraps. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So that is, I am right. Oh, so Culinary Confessions is the book I need. Yeah, I know I wrote this down, but it's probably on a Post-it. I don't know if I wrote it in my book. I might have. I really do need to clean my office again because it's all over the place. Thank you. Cute cover. It's 7:10 Eastern where Joanne lives. And yes, that's the first book. And yes, you should definitely read that one first. Yes. Yeah, so Joanne is one of my friends that I met on AuthorTube through Emma Bennett, who is also a contemporary romance writer. She writes clean romance, which I like because y'all know I don't like steamy. Um, and I read my first Emma Bennett book back in May, I think it was May, no, June, because it was like a palate cleanse after reading The Dance Tree, which was very sad. Um, so yeah, it was wonderful. I loved it and look forward to reading more of Emma's romance because I really liked it. It was clean, fun. It was like a rom-com, humor. And if you've ever seen Emma on her streams, it's like you could hear her voice kind of like telling, like, doing the audio, I guess, for it. And then just if you know her humor, you could get it through her story. And Joanne's saying thank you to Alex. Okay, so let's go ahead and do another sprint. I think we're going to go ahead and do 30 minutes for this one. Let's change to 30. Got to watch the time here. 6:12. Set the time. So we'll go ahead and start so that y'all can do whatever it is that you are doing. Reading, being productive, it's whatever you want to do. Just being together as a community, hanging out and supporting one another, right? Case Hubby said Dune is a good science fiction series too. And you know who can attest to that is Faye. Faye's been reading the Dune series. Okay, Kanisa said that was really awesome to talk with y'all, but I gotta go because I have to go to school. See you in the next live, but ma'am, when the next live will happen. I always do my lives on Wednesdays. Like right now, this is usually my day. It doesn't mean that I won't do another live at another point, like on the weekend or something if I'm have the time. But Wednesdays and sometimes I try to do 3:30, but it could be 4:30 or 5:30. So I don't know. That's been my day that I'm doing it so far, but that doesn't mean I won't do lives on another day. So just check my channel and see. But it was nice meeting you. Thank you for coming and hanging. Faye says I'm in the middle of the Dune series. It's pretty good, but pretty heavy. He had to think about it. I put him on the spot. All the best with school, Joanne is telling you. And she has sprints every Wednesday. Thank you, Alicia. Sprints almost every Wednesday. Yes, thank you, Joanne. Thursday morning for Kanisa. That's right. Thursday morning for her. That's right. Thank you, Faye, for pointing that out. Yeah. Yeah. So you're Thursday. You're in the future. You're in the future and we're in the past. That's so weird, but fun. It's weird in a fun way. Okay. So have a great day at school, and everyone else, have a great time reading or being productive. See you soon. Okay, how did everybody do? I made some progress in The Last House on Needless Street, and I have been introduced to Olivia, who happens to be the cat. So one of the point of views in our story is from not only Ted, but his cat, Olivia. So I found out some interesting things by that. There's also a daughter named Lauren, and it seems like a very odd situation. I'm not sure where Lauren came from or where she goes, but she is there. And apparently, a neighbor knows that Ted has this child, but it's kind of odd right now. So I'm just going to go with it. Interesting. I like that there's a cat in it and that I get the cat's thoughts. I also tried finishing the second chapter of The Hidden Staircase, and it looks like Nancy is going to be able to go with Helen to the haunted house. And that leaves me with, I think, 2 pages, and then I'll be up to the 3rd chapter in that book. But for the next sprint, I would like to try to read Garfield Goes Camping. I'll have to decide. I might finish the couple of pages and then do the Garfield book. So we shall see what happens. Jacqueline said, good chat, bookish friends. I'm heading over to the middle grade March sprints. I'm so glad you came by and hung out with us, Jacqueline. Good to see you again. And Mary also hopped off. It was good to hang out. I'm glad, Mary, that you stopped by. I always enjoy chatting with you. And Faye said, I found the old landlady episode. Yes, it's Tales of the Unexpected, and it's on YouTube. And it's black and white. And Roald Dahl is the one that introduces the episode. So that was pretty neat too. So yeah, the episode itself, it just adds to the creepiness of the short story. So Shannon says, still wrestling files. Excellent, but you're being productive. Alicia got some more reading done. You do have to go with it as far as your book goes. You do just have to go with it as far as your book goes. Okay. And that's definitely the ending I envisioned for it. Yes. You have to decide, like when you read the short story, it's left in such a way that it just depends on if you are feeling optimistically or pessimistically for Billy because of the circumstances. And then when you watch the TV episode, it's pretty much, decided for you. Like nothing is left to your imagination for sure. So that's why I always had my students write their endings before we watched it, because I didn't want them to be influenced. Alex said, I was not super successful with my reading because I needed to eat. Keaton made a pizza. That sounds yummy, but wow, I feel better. Also, a cat perspective sounds fun. Wasn't that book divisive with readers? I'm not really sure, Alex. I know that I picked it up because my friend Kelsey at Slime and Slashers, and I was supposed to buddy read it, and then I never got around to doing it. She read it and she really enjoyed it, but I don't know. I haven't heard anything negative about it, except that, and I don't know if it's a negative statement, but I do know that some people say it, like they've read it and didn't really know what was going on. And then as it gets closer to the end, wow, it just blows you away. But Stormy of Storm Reed says she didn't enjoy it. So I'm not really sure. It is kind of strange because of how it opens up. And I mean, it's just the first line. I mean, it's like, I don't really know, but the first line says, today is the anniversary of little girl with popsicle. And that's how it starts off. And you go from there to find out that there's something with that, and it's tied to Ted. But Ted lives in this house by himself, and I mean, I'm a little like, don't know really what's going on. And I'm not sure how Ted has a daughter because, I mean, it really doesn't go into much detail. So I don't know. I would have to, I kind of don't want to know until after I finish it and then kind of say. Sarah says, I haven't got to read anything yet. Things keep coming up. Hopefully I can read soon. But did you get to eat your dinner? Yay, Amy finished the novella. Yay, yay. That's awesome. Crystal said, read some poetry by, I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. All of you can see it in the chat. Crystal would have to phonetically tell me. And Alicia says, Amy, that your clown vlog was so fun. I can't wait to watch it. And Alicia said, I gave that one 5 stars, but I heard a couple of people say they didn't like it. I really enjoy her writing style. Yeah, and then you're reading another one by her. And I actually picked up another Katrina Ward book, and it's in a pile of books that I got. I want to say I picked it up from either Second and Charles or Books A Million, but I have to do that book haul. But I mean, so far I'm liking it. I like the way she's writing it. I'm just not really sure, like I said, what is going on. And I do think it's kind of neat that you do get the cat's perspective, and somehow the cat and Ted are connected because Ted finds the cat when the cat is a kitten. And then Amy says, thanks, Alicia. Glad you liked it. I gave it 5 stars as well. Needless Street has been my fave of hers so far. Okay, so that means you've read other stuff by her to compare it to. Yeah, I'm intrigued, and I'm like, you know me, I'm a questioner. I want to have answers to my questions. What books are you talking about? Well, I'm talking about that I'm reading The Last House on Needless Street. Have you read it? By Katrina Ward. Just started it. I'm only on chapter 3, which is looks like it's gonna be from Ted's perspective. And then also I was talking about The Hidden Staircase by Carolyn Keene. Those are the 2 books that I've been reading during this time. Sarah said, I ate dinner and got daughter ready. Was supposed to start Girl Guides, but no one was there. So I guess it's not starting today. Now I'm getting her ready for bed. So after that, I should be able to read. Yes, hopefully so. That would be good. I think we're going to go ahead and do one more sprint for 30 minutes. So let's go ahead and put our last sprint of the evening in. And that way we can get some other things done and then wrap up our day together. Or, well, now it's evening. And go with the flow of the rest of the evening. Okay, so let's get Kitty started. And I love that the kitty's name is Olivia. I love that name, Olivia. Okay, so another 30 minutes. Happy reading, happy productivity, happy whatever you decide to do for the next 30 minutes. Okay, well, how did everybody do with that last sprint? I went ahead and finished my Nancy Drew chapter. So I'm on chapter 3 for my Nancy Drew book, and I'm on chapter 3 for Needless Street. And then I went ahead and read Garfield Goes Camping. What I love about this book, I have several Garfield books, but what I love about this one, it's a lift the flap type of book. And so as you go through, there's different little flaps. Like, for example, when the park ranger drops him off, his only advice is don't feed the bears. And so Odie's looking at something in the bushes over here. And when you lift the flap, it's one of the bears waiting for him. But they're so super cute. Y'all know, if you know anything about Garfield, he loves to eat. And, John's going on and on about how we don't need any conveniences. We're like the explorers, yada, yada. And, Odie's getting the sticks for the campfire. And Odie's so cute, always so sweet. And then when you look at the, if I can do this properly, when you look at the tent, of course, you don't see Garfield outside do anything, right? No, because Garfield is inside with all his modern conveniences. So he wants to know where you plug it in. But it really is super cute. But I did think this was funny. John says, "Don't worry, boys," said John. "I found the trail that leads back to town. Lucky for us, I'm an expert woodsman." And so, of course, when you open the flap, it's quicksand. And Garfield says, "Right, John, you're a regular Daniel Boob instead of Daniel Boone." Anyway, very, very cute. So I finished this one, and this is going to count for Kelsey. I can't even talk. Kelsey's Carnival readathon for a book featuring food on the cover or in the story. So we have food on the cover, and we also have food in the story as well. In fact, there's one part where look at Garfield's eyes because he's so hungry, and you can imagine what Odie's being look like. He looks like food. Poor Odie. I can't imagine anybody wanting to eat Odie. That would be terrible. Okay, so let's see what y'all got up to. Okay, here we are. Kay said, "Missed the chatty bits, just had dinner and decided to watch the episode in which Dean is scared out of his mind." Bet you it was a fun episode. Then Linda gives us some valuable information, folks. "Can't wait for the new Goosebumps TV show, and I wanted details, like when, where, how, what's going on with that." She says October 13th, Disney. Perfect time for the spooky season. And some of the titles that are revealed, so far, she doesn't know what order these are: The Haunted Mask, Go Eat Worms, Night of the Living Dummy, Say Cheese and Die, and Cuckoo Clock of Doom. Now, I have read Night of the Living Dummy recently. I read Say Cheese and Die a long time ago when my son, Barry, who's 34, he had that book, and I remember reading it like a long time ago, but I do not remember it at all. And Linda says she does not know the order. She's not sure when it's going to be, but I think it's going to be pretty cool. I'm curious to see Night of the Living Dummy, that one, but also The Haunted Mask, because I do like the original Haunted Mask. It is pretty creepy. Alicia said The Haunted Mask always makes me feel claustrophobic. Yeah. I mean, could you imagine that thing like taking over your face and sucking your face? Ugh. Phase switch to Pale Blue Eye by Louis Bayard and read 2 chapters. I hope you're liking that better. And is the Pale Blue Eye anything to do with Edgar Allan Poe? And Sarah says, "I'm excited for the new Goosebumps too." Yes. In fact, you, Sarah, have a Goosebumps on your list. I'm thinking about reading that one, about the Scarecrow at Midnight. And I do have a Goosebumps on my list for Kelsey too. I'm supposed to be reading Attack of the Jack-o'-lanterns. for her thing as well, because I'm reading the Kelsey Corn book. Oh, I didn't know about the new show. How fun. Amy's excited. She likes Goosebumps. Faye said, I feel like I read the Garfield book as a kid. Yeah, I have several of them. And yes, they are on my picture book section of my bookcase because I love picture books. Kate thought that is so cute. Shannon's heading to bed. Thanks so much. You're probably not here anymore, Shannon. I do appreciate you being here. And I'm sure that I will be seeing you soon on your live stream. And roast Odie. I know, poor Odie. And Kay's telling Shannon good night. Sleep well. Was the yellow fever episode. Was that the yellow fever episode? And she thinks it's hilarious. And Kay is confirming that. And she loves it. And Kay's thanking me for sprints. The Pale Blue Eye does have something to do with Edgar Allan Poe. Yes, he's a character in it. Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because if I'm not mistaken, Christian Bale is in a movie, and I think it's on Netflix, and it really intrigues me. So I'm curious to know if that movie was based on that book. That'd be interesting to see. If so, I would probably prefer to read the book before watching the movie. Joanne saying, thanks for sprints. You are so welcome. As they would say in Italian, prego. And I'm back from a Zoom meeting. Very good. You are busy bee tonight. And that was scary. Dean, haha, laughing so hard. I saw the movie recently, loved it, and decided to read the book it's based on. Well, that's good. So maybe you will enjoy it since you have already know about it. So I'm glad you said you loved it. So I'm going to have to check it out. Because it has piqued my interest. Maybe I could put that during the spooky season on my Halloween movie marathon list, which I have to finalize that soon because fall is not this Saturday, but next Saturday. So I have to have my list cemented before then because Kelsey and I chat about chat about the movies that we watched during the spooky season. So she sent me her list, her finalized list, and I have to look at what movies she's watching so I can add some of those to my list as well. I already have some movies picked out and I can't wait to see them. Joanne's also saying if anyone's interested in donating, she's raising money for commissioned character art for Projects Sugar and Spice. Her link is in there if anybody's interested. Alicia said, I haven't watched the movie yet. I believe my mom said it was a slow burn type story, if I remember correctly. I don't mind slow burns, especially if you got some good character development and, it satisfies you throughout. And then if they have a decent ending, which doesn't always have to be, it can be an ambiguous ending, but I do like more than not that it's not ambiguous. What movie are you talking about? We are talking about the movie The Pale Blue Eye, which has something to do with Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe is a character in the story. There's a movie with Christian Bale, and there it is, Pale Blue Eye. And there is a movie with Christian Bale, which Faye has already seen the movie, but now she's reading the book, which is good to know that she's enjoying that so far. Kay saying, have a beautiful night. You too, Kay. I really appreciate you being here. And as well as everyone else, I'm so glad that I made it home a day earlier so I could have my sprints tonight, because originally we were going to come back on Wednesday, but I forgot that, if we had to move our clocks ahead when we went to Italy, that we were going to gain time coming back. So we, made it back on Sunday, which meant I only had to rest on Monday. So that worked out really nice because I'm so excited that we got to sprint tonight and I got some reading done. I got books started. I got one completed, and it was just so nice to be with y'all tonight. Welcome home. So happy you had a good time. I did. Oh, and one little thing I wanted to mention. I want to mention to y'all, those of you that love Agatha Christie, you know, I'm doing my year of Christie. The movie that is coming out, the new Hercule Poirot movie, it's coming out on Friday, this Friday, September 15th. It's called A Haunting in Venice, and it is inspired by Halloween Party, which Agatha Christie wrote. So if you are an Agatha Christie fan and you enjoy going to the movies, just letting y'all know that it is coming out on Friday. I'm excited. I'm going to see if I can talk my husband into going this weekend. And if not, if he's not really interested, then I guess I'm going to have to try to find a Tuesday, because at the AMC theaters, by me, I'm sure it's the same for y'all, Tuesdays are your discount nights. So I want to go see it because it would really be fun for my year of Christie to do that. So anyway, letting y'all know that. Thank you. Prego, Linda. Awesome stream. Well, it's because y'all make it awesome. Y'all are here hanging out, and I love it. Thanks, Kat. Fun hanging out with everyone again. Same here. Thanks so much for the sprints, Kat. Always fun to hang and read. I missed your sprints while you were gone. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad that y'all didn't forget me, because I'm like, oh, they're not going to be with me for 2 weeks. They're going to find other things to do. But I'm so glad that y'all held down the fort and welcome me back. So I will see y'all next Wednesday, as planned. I want y'all to have a wonderful rest of your evening. If it's morning time for you, wherever you're at, have a fabulous rest of your week. You know, to stay amazing and be adventurous, because that makes life more interesting for all of you. Thank you, Sarah, for being here with us. I missed you as well. Bye, Linda. See you soon. And thank you, Alicia. I missed being with y'all, and I'm glad to be back. So all of y'all are awesome. Y'all are amazing. Look at y'all. Yay. Bye, Faye. Great job, Kat. Thanks for the fun and company. Anytime, Alex. I'm so glad that you made it and you hung out with me tonight. I'll be checking out your Roald Dahl video. And Amy is telling everybody to have a wonderful night. And she's giving us a long bye. Bye, everybody.